me to introduce myself. My name is Ananda Rafif. I'll be serving as your organizing committee for these upcoming 4 days, along with my partner, also organizing committee. Please welcome Iren. Both of us will be serving you all today. And also, we would like to extend our greatest gratitude to His Excellency Professor Dr. Insinyur Hadarsa Suryadi, also Vice Rector 3, Mr. Heru Pringgodani Sanusi, SHMH. And also, we would like to extend our also gratitude to all deans and vice deans from all the faculties in Trisakti University. We hope that this selection process and a set of events could be done greatly and also be enjoyed, and also will become a exemplary set of events for future endeavors. So to continue the agenda for today, we're gonna do another roll call to make sure that all teams are present within this Zoom app. So we're gonna roll call for the missing teams that we've conducted before. We're gonna check with FKG3. Kea, is your partner here? FKG3?
Yes, my partner is here.
Okay,
Thank
so
you.
FK3 are complete, yeah. We proceed to FKG. Are you guys complete? Advita and Clarice?
Yes, we're complete.
Okay. Next up, we have FSRD, Satria and Rido. Are you guys complete? Satria and Rido, are you guys complete?
Yes. Okay.
Complete,
Good.
both of you. Okay. We'll have Swing 1, Ayub Abraham, complete.
Complete.
And we have Swing 2, Sultan and Koko.
Yes, complete.
Okay, sure. So as accordance to the schedule, we'll release the draw for the matchups at 9:15. So you have 2 minutes to prepare your screens to check the TabiCat website that we've distributed to you through WhatsApp group. And I'll be also sharing screen to make sure that you also can view the matchups that will be viewed here in 2 minutes.
Sorry. My partner isn't here because he's having this internship with the Mahkamah Konstitusi RI, and he should open his camera. So how could I do that?
Listed. So this is the website, the tabulation website that we use to organize the teams, matchups, rounds, motions, participants. Every information is detailed here. So we have in room Alang Mulia Lesmana, we have FK1, Alvira Daniati Naufal. We have FK2, Izehaga Ricardo. We have FH3, Chris Dayanti and Nataleo. We have FK3, Ayesha and partner. And also moving on, in room Heri Hartanto, we have Bethany Java and Christine. We have FLTL FTI Honesty and Rain. We have FH2 Anissa and Jessica. And we have Swing 2 Coco and Sultan. Next up, in room Hafidhin Royan, we have Blessing and Juliana. And we have Alberta, who will be our debating. We have FSRD1, Rido and Satria. And also lastly, we have FTSP1, Irfan and Taskia. And in room Hendriawan-C, we have FKG1, Advita Claris. We have FTSP2, Davanur and Sandra. We have Swing 1, Abraham Ayub. And we have FTKE, Eric and Kenandika. Please rename your participant names and we will assign you according to your rooms. So please rename your Zoom names according to the format and the rounds. So the format goes like this: round, room, role, team name, your name. If your team are placed within the same room, you may use just one account and put your name and your partner's name together within that account, so that it's fine. Okay, so we'll check. Anissa Diva Pikaesa, please rename. Alberta, please rename. Chris Dayanti Sutanto, please rename. Technical guide yesterday.
Rafif,
So
Rafif,
yeah, Ibu.
sorry, I can help by sharing my screen. Can I just,
Okay, we'll pass
to...
on to Ibu Astri. Okay, I'll stop my share screen.
Okay,
Yeah.
so hold on a second.
Please.
So this is how you can change your name. Hold on a second. So you see that in each of your name, there is this 3 dots button. Can you find it, Jessica?
Yeah.
Okay, press this. There is an option of rename. Click it and change your name.
Your screen didn't mix around.
Is everybody else? Oh, okay. So hold on a second. Apparently, my whether the breakout will be from here or Cat. Sorry, apparently Irene confirmed to me that you guys cannot self-assign, which is why renaming becomes very, very important. Rename yourself. Irene will going to assign you to the breakout room, but please do wait that the breakout room will only be open after there is a motion launch. So we will launch the motion first. Rafif, you can continue with whatever you were doing.
Okay, so I'm just gonna pass on to Ibu Astri as core adjudicator. So Ibu Astri will be your ketua jury for NUDC today until tomorrow. Please, Ibu Astri, if you would like to share your screen, the opportunity is yours. I'll pass on to you.
Okay, doke. Wait a minute. Let me open the uh PPT. Okay. Hello guys. Good morning. Good morning everyone. So this morning okay, yeah, I'm just going to make sure that, okay, my screen is visible. Okay, hello everyone, good morning. My name is Asri Agustina alongside with, for NUDC alongside with Bu Zuhra. I will be your core adjudicator in this competition. So, considering that this is an internal selection, I try to make sure that the motion is as accessible as possible. But for this morning's motion, the first round, okay, guys, please do consider what Irene just already said. Some people still hasn't renamed themselves because right after the motion is announced, the case building time 15 minutes will going to be started. So the countdown will going to start as soon as the motion is launched. So can everyone start renaming themselves? Okay. So consider this that the adjudicator are very aware that probably some of the motions are very niche in terms of the information. Therefore, considering that you guys come from different faculty, probably has different knowledge, sometimes a motion has what we call as a context slide. The purpose of the context slide is to make sure that the motion is as accessible as possible. Note that number one, yes, you can add the information based on your understanding more than what the context slide provide. Number two, which is also very important, if you happen to know a contradictory information from what the context slide provided, please be consistent to the context slide, because the purpose here is to make sure that the debate is equally accessible to everyone. What does this translate into? It translates into making sure that everyone are discussing on the similar points. So with that being said, yes, the first round will have a context slide. For round one, under the heading of capitalization of education, the context slide reads, a corporate sponsored research agreement is a written legal agreement between an institution or called contractor and an awarding agency, normally involving the expectation of an economic benefit on the part of the contractor, on the part of the institution, and the generation of a tangible product, service, or other consideration in return for sponsored support. This might include, but not limited to, testing or evaluation of proprietary products, development or construction of equipment, rights to data, patents, copyrights, technical reports or evaluation, consulting services, and etc. Is there any question about the context slide? Feel free to screenshot the context slide. We will going to also share the wordings of both the context slide and the motion in the participants group. But is there any question about the context slide? Going once, going twice, going three times. So I assume there is no question in regards of the context slide. With that being said, the motion reads, this House would ban corporate sponsorship of academic research. Now is 9:28, therefore the debate will start at 9:44. Thank you, guys.
Yes,
Yeah.
you are audible.
Okay, before we start the debate, I will do a quick roll call. Opening government, are you here? Opening government? FAB? Opening opposition, are you here?
Present.
Closing government?
Present.
Closing opposition?
Present.
Okay, before we start the debate, I would like to have each team to give me this who will be speaking first and second. Opening opposition, who will be speaking first and second?
I was the RN debating, so yeah, bullet in my piece.
Oh, it will be our debating. What is your name? I
Yes.
cannot really read it.
It's Alberta Tracy Tahayadi.
Okay, thank you. Closing government? CG?
I will be the second speaker, and Rido Al Mujri will be the first.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Closing opposition?
Taskia will be first speaker and I will be second.
Okay. Opening government, are you here?
Yes,
Yes, I'm
complete.
here. Yes, we're
Who
complete.
will be speaking first and second?
Blessing.
I'll be speaking second, and Juliana will be speaking first.
Blessing for first and I'm from second.
Okay.
Okay. All right, before we start the debate, first of all, welcome to the preliminary round one. My name is Jessica. I will be your chair. And before we start, just a couple of notes. Don't forget to time yourself. I'm going to time you, but I'm not gonna be able to share my screen, so it will be safer if you time yourself. But second, if you want to do POI, please respect the POI preferences of each speaker. And before you start your speech, please mention your POI preferences. Now, without further ado, please welcome Prime Minister. Here.
Good morning. Here I'm as a Prime Minister. I'll begin my speech, and if you have any POI, just unmute your mic and say your POI. So I'll begin my speech at 3, 2, 1. So as the government, we want to fully support all of the education research. By first of all, why we want to ban all of the academic research sponsorship by a corporate. First of all, as the government, we want a pure research of all of the researcher in experiencing their creativity and their knowledge, and any of the knowledge they know by expressing it in their research. And the second one, division of a purpose will happen in a sponsorship of the academic research. And we as a government want the researcher to reach the aim of the purpose of the research they plan, and not being ridden by any of a personal interest or being in marketing of a company because they are sponsored by. And the third one, we don't want any copyright issues because of the sponsorship of the academic research, because the result of the research will be used and will be well known to the sponsoring company. We don't want the researchers just be a participant in an event of a research, but we want them to be known as someone who has any achievement in doing a research, and we want to them be the top and be the one for their research. And the whole fourth one, proprietary products, they will not fully owning their products, because the government fully support the researcher by giving them a space and giving chances by gaining 100% of their research by pure research without be ridden by any personal interest of any company of any personal interest. And they will gain 100% all of the benefit from their research, and through pure research without be sponsoring by any company, they will have a pure aim and pure goal in doing their research, in expressing their creativity, in expressing their knowledge, and in purposing of doing a research by their pure purpose without being being affected and being distracted by any personal interest and personal interest of any sponsor. So they will conduct research by by the by the motivation of expressing knowledge, expressing creativity, by making something that they want through their knowledge, and they will they will gain 100% benefit from their research, and they will freely express their creativity and knowledge. And we as a government 100% support, and we will give any achievement for those without distracting any of those research by putting on our personal interest. So that's why we as a government, we want to ban the sponsorship for academic research. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Prime Minister spoke for 2 minutes 49 seconds. To continue the debate, please welcome Leader Opposition.
So good morning. We will be representing the opening opposition, and we are here to disagree with the ban of corporate sponsorship of academic research and really support the corporate sponsorship of the academic research. Meanwhile, we will be asking about how important corporate sponsorship towards the academic research. First, it will be beneficial for the academic research because it's not like all academic research is like pretty smart guy who is very nerd and learning all these subjects every time. And second, it will be beneficial for them because it was we cannot deny the fact that the sponsorship can help them with the studies. They can actually like learn more regarding to this sponsorship and to their studies in order to publish more of their research. Second, third, this brought beneficial for both parties because if this corporate sponsorship is helping this academic research, they will get the name. And if the academic research is being helped by this corporate sponsorship, they will actually get the benefit in order um to support more regarding to their research and also to develop more regarding to their research because of some potential assistance such as maybe technology facilities. It's not like everybody has the chance to get this technology or facilities. If this corporate sponsorship can actually sponsor them with this technology facilities, or maybe they can actually get the gadgets that they want, because we know we cannot deny the fact that every people are very rich with all of these monies that they can actually buy all of the gadgets. And also um we would like to ask to the first opening government, is it better to bribe the personal people just because they actually really wanted the transparency from the government, or with the help of the sponsorship? Because if the opening because we as the opening opposition really deny the fact that there are a lot of people who didn't wanted to have the sponsorship, but they bribed for personal interest, and this actually brought exacerbations towards the situation, and this can actually brought the corruption of political environment. And is it sure that that will be a good opportunities for the first part for the opening government to actually believe on the government? Because the fact that there are a lot of things we cannot believe from the government, and we didn't know if how could it actually transfer transparency to us, as if the academic research is really learning and is really doing their best for their own personal interest. We cannot deny the fact that there are many people out there are using this personal interest just to bribe, just to have their personal interest, and bribing this um people who are really influentially for them. And we really support the fact that this corporate sponsorship really brought trust to other parties such as the academic research, and it also brought connections to other. What would I be explaining about the corporate connections is this corporate sponsorship will actually brought more opportunities for people to learn through their research, and more people, I mean more to the college student or the universities who are actually really interest in the research and to learn more about the research because of the marketing from the corporate sponsorship. This brought connections more, and if it is really opportunities for the other parties, then it would be very beneficial for them so that they can actually expand more connections in their research. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Leader Opposition for 4 minutes 9 seconds to close the debate in opening government side. Please welcome DPM.
Okay, am I audible? Okay, I will begin my speech in one. Wait.
Deputy Prime Minister?
Okay, I will begin. Okay, am I audible?
Yes.
Okay, I will begin my speech in 1, 2, 3. School corporate scholarships are an opportunity to replace state funding, and for corporation sponsorships. Sponsorship can be an effective method for targeting young customer. But that's not the matter. The matter now is corporate will suppress for publication under the sign of contract. The researcher, as a third parties, wouldn't be able to publish the result of her clinical trial. Either they wouldn't be allowed to submit their paper to fulfill her dissertation requirements under the research funding agreement, because the research will show public how the corporate is really going through. So during the process is controlled by the supervisor from the company to do the favorable way of research. The reason why we should ban the corporate sponsorships to begin with, ladies and gentlemen, is scientific publication is an advancement for the researcher career. Their independent is being. Let's take a look for the example. When the researcher being founded by a certain company and the researcher compared the company brand to other companies and write that in her research, the founder know the research and feel offended because their brand is more better than the comparison from other companies. The founder suppressed the publication of her funding and taking legal actions against her and her university. This officially harmed the researcher and as the human being and university as an institution. Otherwise, we will support further funding research without any burdensome and without suppress her. We will support her. We will not banning her. We will not banning her for publishing their research as for dissertation and complementing their study. Her time, effort, and knowledge will come for the complete research and finishing their study will turn into nothing if because we suppress them, or if we taking her to the legal like corporates do. For the sake of researcher and institution and for the better publishing legitimate research, we broadly propose.
Okay, thank you very much. Deputy Prime Minister spoke for 2 minutes and 29 seconds to close the debate in opening half. Please welcome DLO.
As a second speaker, so we're going to start the speech or the debate. So where are we going to discuss here is about how important or how are more popular? No, there are a lot of corporate sponsorship which is just a newbie, but because of the skills that are made by their academic research, corporate sponsorship are increased very fastly because of how skillful the academic research. And also, we cannot deny the fact that the corporate sponsorship is illegal legal standing. So this doesn't make the sense if the other group is saying that yeah, the government is legal, so that they will giving a winning appreciation. But corporate sponsorship is just like more to a non-governmental organization in order to expand this newbie academic research to make their research more influently, more to be seen by the public. So we cannot deny the fact that corporate sponsorship is very important. And also, it is better for us to believe on the corporate sponsorship because we know that the government is a very busy government, very busy organ, and we cannot put the fact that every academic research have to go to the government and they have to pursue all the government things, and it was very difficult for them to access to the government. And also government have a lot of things to do. This doesn't change the fact that we need a non-governmental organization such as the corporate sponsorship to sponsor on this academic research to expand their connection and expand trust to the public so that this should be certified too by the sponsorship corporate sponsorship by the maybe by the questionnaire to the public, or maybe by the questions and answers to the public as if this is really certified research or not. This also made the chance to put a trust towards public to the academic research. This also bring funding mechanisms also to clarify more towards the first speakers. It was more to the technology facilities that we really pursue that corporate sponsorship can actually sponsor through this academic new research through trust connections, as what I have been saying, and also the technology facilities that we cannot deny the fact that academic research, there are a lot of academic research who cannot make their research just because they didn't have this more technological gadget. So by the corporate sponsorship, they allow this academic research to access to the technology that are given, and also the academic research will bring name or popularity to the corporate sponsorship based on the skills. So thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. The LO spoke for 5 minutes, 4 seconds. To open the debate in closing half, please welcome government member. Government member, the time is yours. Closing government, are you here?
Yes, yes. Okay.
Yes, you can start.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, the member of this house. I'm Ridho Almudri from the alternative team. Team absolutely agree with the motion, and this motion should stand. The reason is we give not only argument but also solution. Ladies and gentlemen, we believe that opposition side is viewing the world with such a naive view, looking at everything with openness and positive view. They said that this sponsorship may help scientific research without saying any possible negative that it might come with, which, as I will explain, is actually a lot of negative. I will rebut this argument with my argument. Next, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to give my argument. We from the government side believe that this motion should stand. First off, I would like to tell you why we think that this sponsorship might prove bad for the future of scientific research. As we all know, a company is benefit-driven entity that aims and strive to gain as many economic benefit as possible. This already in itself is essentially different to the goals of science research, which is to benefit humankind by bringing them the knowledge needed to better human life. Company sponsorship will only stand that noble goal and break it by way of maybe internal conflict or conflict of interest within the companies. Therefore, we believe that after all the argument thrown into the table, this argument still stand. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Government members spoke for 1 minute 28 seconds. To continue the case, please welcome opposition member.
Okay, wait, I'll set my timer first. Okay, I'll start my speech in 3, 2, 1. So the opening government said that it will suppress by the contract under the agreement, but we say no because we think that the agreement will find a win-win solution that would benefit the academic resource, corporate sponsorship, and another parties, so that they will not get suppressed by it. And also they said that if they compare the data, another parties will get offended by the data. And we see that this is an illogic argument because by comparing the data, we can see the lack of the data and what is missing, so we can provide the accurate data. And also, the member of government said that it would strive benefit of economic benefit, and it will different from the goals of research. But we think it will not happen because there will be a contract and a regulation that will set them, and also it will be supervised by the government, by the legitimate parties. And also, we are different from opening opposition because opening opposition said it would beneficial for academic research, but never mentioned the mechanism why it is beneficial, and lack of explanation how it will be beneficial to the academic research. They talk about the connection and opportunities to learn, but never characterize the condition of the people. And also, we are the side that will get deeper about the students that will need the education the most, which is the most vulnerable actor, and make an analysis about the impact if we funding the academic research, which is more important. So, and also opening opposition said about more about the connection and say that we have to believe the corporate sponsorship, but they're not saying why we as the society or the students have to believe the corporate, and what are the benefits if we trust the academic research. So we are the side that will answer it and will contributing more. Moving on to my arguments, we in the closing opposition disagree with the motion to ban corporate sponsorship of academic research because we know that there are more of benefits than harm than that the corporate offers to facilitate the students in order to achieve their dreams and to not burdening the students in terms of money and accommodation, because students are the human resources that will continue to maintain the country, and it is an important thing that the country needs to develop. There are the problems in the educational sector that needs to be fixed and to be developed. And we are very support to make the education sector is better and better than before. Moving on to my argument, first, research is not cheap and it's a valuable asset to develop the education and to improve the capability of the students and educational institutions. We know that in the status quo, the government lack of money to research and to funding the educational research, but noted that the research is the important thing that the government should develop because it can increase the capability of the students by the data and the research that they doing. Why do we claim so? Because in the research, we can find the lack of the students, the rights of data, develop equipment, and so on and so forth. And to make it a report so we can evaluate it to make a development. Research is not cheap because human resources and other resources need money to work, and we see that the government still not enough to funding the educational institution and to provide the students. So we think that it would be good for the sponsorship to make an offer to the educational institution. We need the data to calculate to be precise, and we can consider that the educational condition in the country is being increased or decreased. So it will be an accurate benchmark to see the educational condition by the data because it is a legitimate proof and being conducted by the research. Secondly, the sponsorship will help the students that lack of money and to reach the education. In the status quo right now, there are lots of students that hard to achieve the knowledge through educational institution, because educational institution is very pricey. They have they have the student have right to get the knowledge and the educational institution. So we think that it is an alternative for the students to get the education from the sponsorship of the academic research. Why do we claim so? Because in the later, the academic research will find the financial problems in the students, and after that they will make it a report and forward it to the organizational body that will help them. So we can help them by sponsoring academic research, and later it will also facilitate the students and make a decent educational institution to support the students, and it can welfare the students and make another good human resources that will work in the country. And also, thirdly, we can see that it will be beneficial to the government, because the academic research can be cooperate to the government, and the government will allocate their funding, because the government see that there will be the organizational body that will take care the educational issue as the specialty, because it will can lighten the burden financing of the government and also the academic resources. That's all for me. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Opposition member spoke for 6 minutes. To close the debate in government bench, please welcome government whip.
Okay. Let me prepare my subject. Okay, I will begin my speech now. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm from the closing government side. As the government whip, my name is Satria Bagaskara, and now I will bring you my speech as to why we believe that the government side of the House has won this debate. Now, first of all, I would like to deconstruct this debate as a whole. Now, from the opposition side, they have stated that corporate sponsorships helps academic researchers financially. Now, yes, that may be true, and that is the core essence of what corporate sponsorship is. But what we're saying as the government side of the House is that it may benefit them financially, but it may come with a lot of harm in the process, and that has been shown within the arguments of opening government and also closing government. Now, first of all, I would like to also deconstruct one of their arguments, saying that corporate sponsorships will bring them more connection, which means that every single academic research that is done under corporate sponsorships will be easier to be published and will be easier to be well known. Now, first of all, there is a problem, and it's very problematic within this argument. First of all, why is it problematic? Now, they say that with corporate sponsorships, it's easier to be published, but they also fail to acknowledge that other academic researchers that are not sponsored by corporate entities also are having a hard time publishing their research papers, which means this comes not as a solution, but as a problem. Why? Because without corporate sponsorships, it will result in these academic researches being published and distributed more evenly, and not be one is more famous than the other because corporate sponsorship exists. Okay, so that is my rebuttal to that argument. Now, another argument that they say is this is a hard thing for government to do. That's why we believe that. That's why they believe that corporate sponsorships should happen, because that will make government's burden easier. But ladies and gentlemen, we do not believe that this is the solution to this case at all. Because first of all, when they say it's hard for the government, they never say why it's hard for the government. First of all, I would like to say that they said that the government is a very busy body, but also it is a very busy body because it's supposed to be. Now, they're just first, they haven't explained to us why it's hard for the government, because from our side, as our proposal, the government is just there for the fundings. All the hard work is being done by the scientists and the academics in their labs. So by this way, the government is only there for the funding, which they have the funds for, because the government has educational funds that is ready to be allocated for this special need. Now, moving on to another thing that I would like to point out is that they say also that corporates bring technologies. Well, that would still happen under our side, because technologies will still exist even under government sponsorships. Why? Because the government sponsorships will then just buy them the technologies they need. Okay, so now, okay, they say that, okay, it may, government side said that it may come with a lot of harm than good, but there will be a contract to negate that. There will be a contract to rule that, so that that doesn't happen. Yes, that may be true, but funding is a power here. Funding is a power that is held by the companies themselves. With these funds, they can manipulate every academic researchers to benefit them, because why? They have the funding. If the academic research does not align with their goal, they'll just retract the funding. And that's what's really bad, that is going to happen under their side of the house, ladies and gentlemen. And we believe that's not the future of scientific research that you want. So another one of their argument is more good than harm. But then they say the education system is not perfect. That's why we need an effort to better it. Well, yes, that still happens under our side as well, because they how is it that they say education is pricey and then state that corporate sponsorships will solve that problem? Because first of all, this is very out of the topic. We're not talking about education as a whole. We are discussing about research, academic researches, not education. How is corporate sponsorship will help education prices when they're only there to sponsor the academic researches? That does not make sense, and therefore that argument still falls. So back to my point and core point of this argument that only our side has brought, which is the closing government. The government education fund is there and it's ready to be used. In fact, if we don't use it, it'll be a waste. Why do we have to rely on corporate sponsorships and risk all the harm that it may come with when we have the funding there that is just not used? Now, we believe that we, as the government side of the house, has won this debate, and we, as the closing government side of the house, should rank first place. Thank you very much. That's all from me. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Government Whip spoke for 5 minutes 55 seconds. To close the entire debate, please welcome Opposition Whip.
Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible.
Okay, I will start my speech in. Wait, let me set my timer. I forgot to set my timer. I will start my speech in 3, 2, 1. Okay, the opening debate mainly discussed what corporate sponsors bring to educational institutions, to academic researchers, the goods and the bad. The opening government explained that they wanted to ban corporate sponsorship of academic research because they wanted to protect the freedom of educational institution, the freedom of the students, and the research results from corporate interference. However, they do not explain clearly what exactly is the main danger of corporate sponsorship itself, which we feel is insignificant compared to the benefits of corporate sponsorship for students, educational institutions, and the government. The Deputy Prime Minister explained their fear of corporate regulation that would bind research by contract, so that if the research was unprofitable or made their company look bad, then the research would not be published or even banned from publication by the government. But you need to know that an agreement only becomes an agreement if both parties agree to the terms and conditions of the agreement itself. So things like this can be avoided from corporate sponsorship. Corporations in this world, unlike in the superhero comics or movies where they are a collection of bad people with hidden evil intention, some corporations only want to help children who have difficulty getting an education. help research that benefit humanity, or even only helps the research to gain just exposure in society to help improve their image in society. In addition, if the terms and conditions of the sponsorship itself are not acceptable to the academics, we think it is clear that they can and they will reject the sponsorship. So, in our opinion, it is a rash act for the government if they prohibit the existence of corporate sponsor in the country. Member of the government promise a mechanism how the ban on corporate sponsorship can be profitable and replaced by something else. But I don't hear anything new from what was previously explained by the opening government, where corporations have hidden malicious intention, namely only just for profit for the companies. They say that the opposition has a naive mindset, but we are just trying to think rationally, where the government side of the house have black and white mindset, which we think is a bit childish. And how can they claim that the government bench has won this debate when they have offered no substitute for corporate sponsorship, which in the status quo, the government itself has difficulty funding academic researchers. If the government doesn't have this kind of difficulty, why would corporate sponsorship exist? They didn't even listen to the members of the opposition, where it was explained that the government has had financial difficulties at the first place, which was the cause of the stall of various kind of research. The opening opposition explained that again the benefits of sponsorship will far outweigh the negative effects. In addition to finance, this educational institution will also get connection with various kinds of opportunities that previously did not exist for them. The opposition side of the House has explained that research requires a lot of funding, and on the status quo, as has been explained, educational institutions often have difficulty getting funding from the government. The provision of funds from private parties such as corporations is one way for educational institutions to obtain funding to conduct research. The research they do will be carried out in collaboration with corporate parties, the result of which will be a reciprocal relationship between the corporation and the educational institution for all its students. This is not a bad thing and should not be banned. Where corporation benefits from the financing they do, it can be in the form of field data, the best graduate they sponsor that going to work for them, as well as the exposure they get from the collaboration they do, and also the educational institution will benefit from their research, which may have been difficult to get funding, and students also will be helped by this. What we know is that in the status quo, the government often find it difficult to provide financial assistance to educational institutions to do scientific research, academic research, with a large number of existing educational institutions and students. The government will certainly find it difficult without the assistance from the private sector, in this case, corporation, corporate scholarship, corporate research assistance, whatever you want to call it, will ease the burden from the government to assist educational institution. We don't think there is any harm from collaboration like this. Even if there is, it will not be comparable to the benefits that can be obtained from corporate sponsors. Hereby, I'm proud to oppose. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The speaker spoke for 5 minutes, 3 seconds. So for the debate, please wait for like 5 till 10 minutes. I'm going to decide on the ranking and announce it later. Thank you, everyone. Don't leave the room, ya.
Okay, Judge.
audible.
Yes, you're audible.
Roll
Yes,
call first.
you're audible.
Opening government. Are you complete?
Yes, we are complete.
Opening opposition.
Yes, we're complete.
CG.
Yes, we're complete.
CO.
Yes,
Yes, we are complete.
Okay. All right, I'm going to start my OA now. I'm going to divide my OA in two parts. First of all, I'm going to identify several general comments on what happened in the debate. Second of all, I'm going to go toward the ranking and also comparative between each ranking, right? So first of all, I think that in general, what I find missing from the entire debate, which also become one of the my biggest assessment, is that number one, there's very lack of identification and also very lack of mechanization. But what does the ban actually look like and what actually ban necessary or not in the debate, right? Because I think that most of the time the motivation and also the inherent reason why the ban should be manifested or not is still very lacking in the debate. That is why I think that due to this characterization, it's a little bit harder for me to see as to what is the urgency of banning or why is it so not urgent to ban. I think that most of the time the debate operate in a benefit versus harm, which is a good analysis on that part, but I think that it will be much better if there is more principle analysis as well and there is much more mechanization as to why is it so effective or not effective for you to ban and what is the inherent reason for you to be able to access this banning in the very first place, which is why at the end of the day, team that managed to win the debate due to the context and also the dynamic of the debate is the team that would give me more on why is it that their argumentation can be manifested in the harm or benefit at the end of the day. That's the reason as to why at the end of the day I give this debate into position bench winning. I give the first position congratulations to opening opposition, second toward closing opposition, third toward closing government, and unfortunately fourth has to go to opening government with several reasons. So I'm going to compare first from opening government to what the entire bench as to why you cannot get a higher ranking than fourth, right? So first of all, comparative of OG and also CG. The reason why then CG wins likely than opening government. I do find that most of the inherent idea of ready access and opening government, which is about how that there's going to be control from the corporation and how it's going to be limitative to what the creativity and benefit from the researchers at the end of the day. But the reason why CG take the debate slightly than OG is that three things. Number one, I find that there's more inherent characterization on why control would likely to exist, like how what does funding represent, on how it manifested into power from corporation, and why to some certain degree there is some malicious intent from corporation that they would want to, they would want to align the purposes of that particular researcher to what the benefit, especially to what the economic benefit that they would wanted. I think that to some certain extent it gives more degree of understanding for me as to why is it likely for corporation to be able to have such power and or would want to impose that power. And I think that quite missing in opening government, where opening government mostly only identified that most of the time you would be able to gain 100% benefit, or why to some certain extent that you would be able to manage to have your creativity more and there would be no involvement and also interference from corporation. But I don't find any kind of further characterization, clarification to what extent is that corporation would have such intention or power in the very first place. But second, I think that the idea of highlighting how there would be an equal accessibility and how that even though that you would be able to get highlight, not all researchers will be able to get this equal opportunity is also something that give more degree to me as to what is the harm that might exist when you don't necessarily have the accessibility to be able to get funded, and what is the harm to what these researchers that don't have fund from corporation. But third of all, I think that the idea of why state have accessible funding is also identified more in closing government. Though OGKs are potential, I think that it is hard for me to see why it can be manifested in the debate. And I think that due all this characterization, CG managed to be able to give me more degree of accessibility as to why is it that in their case, there will be more ability for researchers to also conduct research without the assistance of corporation, right? Even if that explanation are not really extended, but I think that characterization alone gives me more portrayal and depiction on what can possibly happen in their side of the house. So the reason being then why OG also cannot take the debate comparatively to CO is that I think that most of the time, comparative of OG and the entire opposition bench is that most of the analysis from opposition that also contributed from opposing opposition already identify why funding won't be accessible and why is it so bad for you to not have access to this funding, right? I think that this exactly give more precise analysis to what like CO say, precise research of data, how you could not be able to develop the program that you would wanted, or how the government won't be able to gain benefit through the lack of, for example, development of the technological advancement. I think that this make me doubt then how the researcher can have access to develop their creativity and get benefit in opening government, which is one of the biggest BOP and also concern from opening government, which also already identified and a question from early on from the case of opening opposition, in which your opening opposition also already identified to some certain extent what is the harm for you to not being able to access the funding, or why is it so harm for you to not be able to get any kind of funding, why individual researcher might not be able to have this significant number of support, especially how it is hard for you to be able to gain the necessary technology for you to develop your research in the very first place, which is why it gives me degree of process more as opposed to opening government case, but slightly comparing OG and also CO more, I think that the degree of process of their BOP is also clearer in closing opposition, like why the development might be contributive and why the contribution needed, the value of the research, for example, even though the extension is also very large, but I get the process why it can go there. And just like closing government, I get better depiction on why is it likely for the researcher to at the end of the day to progress with their research, right? And that's also what missing in opening government, which is why I cannot give OG higher ranking than fourth in the debate because of the lack of process and also characterization of their analysis. So going on to what the third position, why does CG could not get second, right? This is also a very tight debate. Like there's only 1 or 2 margin between CG, OO, and also closing opposition. But the reason being why CG cannot get a higher ranking than third is that number one, I find that there's a lot of deadlock between CG and also opening opposition, also closing opposition, particularly towards CO, right? Like the first deadlock is that will corporation have that malicious intention? Second of all, can government provide the funding, right? The reason why the CO win with small margin to these two different deadlock is that number one, I find more process on why the harm might be manifested in the debate, in which that why to a certain extent that there would be a much more accessibility for you to be able to have this particular control as well, like the identification of the researcher, characterization on why you need this funding the most, or like the condition of the fund, how fund of corporation might help, and why the current status quo are not that suffice. But third of all, the existence of those particular contract that also already identified by opening opposition, even though that all this characterization are particularly respond by closing government. Like first of all, there is a response that say that there is an education fund from the government at the end of the day, right? But then again, it goes into questioning why is it then it is similar with corporation funding? Why is it as accessible? Why is it enough for enough type of funding toward all type of researcher that exists currently, which is also the concern from the entire opposition. But second, what the response to what the contract that is already exists, I think that the identification as to why them to some certain degree that you consented to such thing, like the researcher themselves agreeing on that, is give me a degree as to why is it so problematic for you to be able to access such funding if you already agree to such certain agreement. But second of all, the extension of that response talking about the harm of the funding, like there would be uneven type of popularity and how there would be control. I think that the question goes back to what the lack of analysis. To what extent is it so bad, and to what extent is it can be manifested in the debate, right? I think that the reason being why that it is hard for me to be able to buy CG case as well is that there's a lack of analysis as to why is it so bad at the end of the day when you are being controlled or when you don't have enough kind of popularity between each researcher, which is why I think that it is easier for me to buy the benefit that are much more processed as well from the entire opposition side. Now comparing O and also CO, I think that the reason being why OO still stand and get the first position in the debate is that even though the CO tried to add more nuance in the debate and add several level of process, the reason being why an OO still first is that number one, I find that the nuance are very reliant to OO main characteristic, in which are the excesses of the contract and agreement, the fact that you need funding as a contributing factor of your research, and the characterization as to why is it so important for you to be able to obtain the technological accessibility that only can be provided due to this particular corporation, for instance, and why there would be a much more win-win condition, which you could also get benefit from it as corporation, right? And that the extension from CO, even though it's potentially able to overthrow OO, I think that most of the time it still fall into the same kind of nuance already set up by opening opposition. But the new highlight about the stakeholder, like when you talk about how then it is about focusing on the researcher as a most vulnerable stakeholder, I think that even though that is also very potential framework to be able to top OO, I think that the analysis are not that significant. Like it's a lack proof as to why they need to be prioritized or why they struggle the most in the debate. I think that OO analysis is already suffice to be able why a researcher cannot obtain funding individually or why relying on government are bad, in which that the idea of OO at the end of the day are not that relying toward the fact that government may or may not give funding, like the fact that the government might not have as good transparency as corporation, or why the accessibility of publishing will not be as significant due to the lack of that particular channel that, for example, corporation might be able to, give you as opposed to what government, right? And that particular benefit is also a much more wider in spectrum than CO analysis of problem, in which that reason as to why the NOO get a higher ranking than CO as well in the debate. Congratulations for the opening opposition. I think that the analysis is quite good, in which I think that I find process as to why you would still be able to get the benefit, and clarification as to why then at some point there is no particular significant harm from the government. But I think that would be much more better as well if we could be able to make a much more significant analysis toward why is it that there's much more different type of mechanization that could be obtained by having this funding and more process at the end of the day would be able to give more leverage of your argumentation as well. And that's all for the debate. Yeah, good job everyone. Thank you. And you can ask me for further feedback through WhatsApp laptop. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Judge.
My rank, because just now I have to talk to my partner.
The judge has just left the room, I think. So she's not here. Yeah,
Complete.
we're complete.
Okay, FH1 Alberta, you here?
Yes, I'm here.
FH2 Jessica and Anissa, are you guys complete?
Complete. Complete.
Okay. FH3 Nataleo and Chris Dayanti, are you guys complete?
Yes, we are complete.
Okay. FK1 Naufal and Afira, you guys complete?
Yes, we are here.
Okay. FK2 Izehaga and Ricardo, are you guys complete?
Complete.
FK2, are you guys complete?
Complete.
Yes, we are complete.
FK3 Ayesha Sharif and Shanas Yulia.
Yes, we're complete.
Okay. FKG1 Clarice and Advita, you guys here?
Yes. Yes.
FSRD Rido and Satria, you guys complete?
Still waiting for Rido.
Okay, so you're missing your partner. Let me write it down. Okay, moving on. FTKE1 Kenandika and Eric Calvin, are you guys complete?
Yes, we are complete.
Okay. FTSP1 Irfan Amrullah Taskia, are you guys complete?
Complete.
Okay. FTSP2 Davanur and Sandra, are you guys complete?
Complete.
FTSP2
Yes,
Davanur
we're
and
complete.
Sandra, okay. Swing 1 Ayub Abraham, are you guys complete?
Still waiting for my partner.
Okay. Swing 1 missing partner. And completing for round 2 will be swing 4 Arjun and Afana, are you guys complete?
Complete.
Okay, you both are here. Just to make sure untuk swing 4, since you just joined, do you have access to Tabicat and other information?
Yeah, I just wanted to text you. Could I get that, please?
Oh, sure. Okay, so we'll wait for FSRD and swing 1 for the time being. Please stay tuned. Okay, just to make sure, swing 4, have you received information on the tabs? Arjun and Afana?
Yes, we have received it.
Yes.
Okay, so you both are well informed. Okay. Okay, just to make sure one more time, FSRD, are you guys complete?
Yeah, we're complete now.
Okay, so we're just left with swing 1. Yeah. Swing 1, you're still waiting for your partner. For swing 1, please let us know immediately when your partner has joined Zoom. Yeah, we'll be waiting. Swing 1 udah complete. So I'll be back. Give me around 2 minutes to make the announcement afterwards. So please stay tuned. Conducting roll calls for adjudicators. For adjudicator, Ibu Astri, are you here?
Here.
Okay. Adjudicator Kak Randy, are you here? Adjudicator Kak Randy, are you here? Okay, we're Kak Randy, are you here? Okay, moving on. Adjudicator.
I'm here. I'm here.
Okay, Kak Randy's here. Okay. Sam, are you here?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. Adjudicator Kadio, are you here? Kadio, okay. Lastly, Kak Jessica, are you here?
I'm here.
Okay. So, okay, Kadio. Sip, we're complete now for all debaters and judges. We'll be announcing the matchup soon. Okay, so matchup has been released. Let me share my screen to make sure that everyone's well informed. Okay, so draw for round 2. We have in Alang Mulia Lesmana Room, opening government FTSP 1. We have opening opposition FILTL 1. We have closing government FK 3. And lastly, we have FKG 1 as closing opposition. Proceeding in room Heri Hartanto, we have FH1 as opening government. We have opening opposition FTSP 2. We have closing government FK2. And lastly, we have closing opposition FILTL FTI. Proceeding in room Hafidhin Royan, we have swing 4 as opening government. We have opening opposition FEB FTSP. We have closing government FTKS 1. We have closing opposition FH3. And last room, Hendriawan C, we have opening government FH2. We have opening opposition swing 1. We have closing government FK1. And lastly, we have FSRD 1 as closing opposition. For your roles, were the information clear? We guess so, okay. Please stand by. We're gonna check with our phone for a moment. Oh yeah, also a reminder, please rename your Zooms with the format given in accordance to your room, to your round, to your rooms, to your roles, to your team name and your name.
Now is round 2 ya guys, bukan round 3. So please rename yourself.
Just a reminder to check your names. This is round 2. For those who are still who still show the name R1, please change to R2. We're competing in round 2. Swing 1, please check your name. Rename to round 2. Swing 1, Abraham, please rename yourself, beginning with round 2. Okay, so I'm gonna pass share screen to Ibu Astri as core adjudicator. The floor is yours.
If you don't wanna see me, did a full 180, crazy, thinking about the way I was. Did the heartbreak change me? Maybe, but look at where I ended up. I'm all good already, so moved on. It's scary. I'm not where you left.
Please welcome Bu Zuhra.
Okay, good afternoon, debaters and all organizing committee and all judges. I'm going to inform you the next motion for the round two. Okay, the topic for the round two will be very interesting, especially for millennials, I think. It is going to be, the heading is social media. So the motion itself will be, this House regrets the rise of influencers. So take your time to capture the motion. Okay, and good luck for the next round. Thank you. Regrets the rise of influencers, and the debate will start at
Check, can anyone please confirm if I'm audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Audible.
Okay, cool. So before we're going to the debate, I want to list your speaking position. Okay. Opening government. Who's gonna first?
Arjun PM.
Okay, Apana will be second.
Yes.
In opening opposition, who's gonna be speaking first?
Yes, we are here.
Yeah, who's gonna be speaking first?
Juliana will talk first, and then Basing will talk second.
Juliana will be speaking first, right?
Right.
Okay, cool. For closing government, who's gonna be speaking first?
Eric Carlton will be as a first speaker, and Kenadika Ilham will be a second speaker.
Okay, thank you. And lastly, closing opposition, who's gonna be speaking first?
Arya will speak first.
Nataleo, yeah.
Yeah, Natalia.
Okay, cool.
Thank you.
Okay, without any further ado, there are several announcements. Number one, if you do not have any kind of internet connection trouble, please do open your camera. This is a message from the organizing committee. And second of all, please do time yourself. We do not have LO to assist us for timing and so on and so forth. I'm gonna try to remind you in the chat box, but assuming I'm not able to do that because I'm gonna be writing all of your points, make sure you have your own stopwatch so that you know your own timing and so on and so forth. Last but not least, before you start speaking, please do tell the other debaters your POI preference method, okay? Whether it is through unmuting their microphone or opening their camera, raising up their hands, or whatever. Okay, without any further ado, wait, actually, without any further ado, under the motion, this House regrets the rise of influencers. I would like to welcome the Prime Minister to open the case of team government here.
Just setting up my timer. By the way, everyone, for pronouns, you may call me whatever. For POIs, through chat only. Thank you. If I do not respond to your POI, that means I've chosen not to accept it. It's not that I haven't seen it. Yeah, I'll start my speech in 3, 2, 1. Ladies and gentlemen, let's first understand what are influencers. I want to just set this straight so that there is no confusion throughout this debate today. Influencers we will categorize as people who have accounts on social media, Twitter, Instagram, YouTube, any sort of social media or media platform that have a significant number of followers and subsequently a significant amount of influence towards their followers. We believe that this kind of influence comes through the power of having a lot of followers, because there is an ideology that if many people are following this person, if many people subscribe to this person, whether it's a meme page, body positivity activist, whether it's whatever it is, we believe that most people just listen to these people because they don't want to be left out and they want to join the bandwagon, and there's a fear of missing out, and also because they just want to fit in with the rest of the people who are following this influencer. Now, first argumentation is that influencers have now caused this rising ideology of a perfect life, of that there's always something missing, because they have these amazing cameras, they can have this money to go to take pictures at amazing places or have a setup with a good background behind them, unlike me where I have to use a virtual background just to cover up the dirty wall behind me. They also have resources to make themselves look better than they actually do, or better than the average ordinary person, and therefore this sends the wrong idea to our youth most most prominently toward our youth, and even not only even to our youth, but people who are as old as me, 25 and above, who still have insecurities about their body. And this actually pushes more people to believe that there is something missing in life, that they're not doing enough. How am I working a 9 to 5 job and making uh, making what this kid earns in one day in a whole year? There is a certain lack of, there is an increasing lack of self-satisfaction when we follow these influencers and we know how much they make and we know how good they look and we know how good their life looks, because that is their job to portray, to do so. Now we see this harm uh, as quite prominent, especially in our youth, because people are more likely to take action, more likely to spend money unnecessarily just to go to fancy places, just to fit in, just to take picture with a awesome sandwich at Denny's, even though they don't like it, for example. Furthermore, this pushes us to follow and subscribe to the same ideologies because we don't want to miss out. We don't want to be left out. We want to just be in line, and we want to join the bandwagon, as I mentioned before. Influencers are the people, for the most part, who have little to no qualifications to speak on behalf of social politics, social science, gender studies, and environmental awareness. These people, most of the time, what they have learned is from a Quora page or from any random online news article, which is not, most of the time, not always the best source of information. And we then choose to listen to these people because we can see their voices loud and clear, as opposed to the people whose opinions actually matter and whose opinions actually come from a place of education. Now, what this does is that this can cause a spread of false and more opinionated based information that not only will spread quite rapidly, but also it will quite likely push people to buy in and join in with the whole ideology of wanting to be like their favorite influencer. This is especially harmful when, for example, spreading false or inaccurate propaganda and information about certain issues such as global warming, the Israel-Palestine conflict, BLM, and one of the most confusing, and especially if you are still young, one of the most confusing topics that people are forced to question these days is their sexuality. When for many influencers, they don't actually know what they're talking about. They know from their individual experience, which is not enough to give a lecture, which is not enough to be an expert on a certain topic. And some of these people may even have some radical stances on such topics as mentioned before, and ask people to call to arms, ask people to go out on the line. Like example, again, for BLM, a lot of influencers call people to go to the streets, to march, to put their lives on the line, but when they wouldn't even go out on the streets themselves. So this definitely has clear harms as to how influencers can push people to do something which can clearly cause harm to that individual. And now opposition might state a few things. The first thing that they might state is that influencers do a lot of good because they're bringing awareness to certain topics. Now, we do believe that awareness is important. However, for these topics especially, there's a lot of information that we can get from news like CNN, BBC, all of these credible sources that have actually reported on all of these major issues in the most unbiased way possible, giving the most information. People who say that this is a problem, this has happened, and they also make it clear to you that there are dangers when you are supporting or going out on the streets to support this certain action. They also may bring up the example of the previous example I brought early in my speech of those that bring body positivity and share a lot of good vibes and give people a happy kind of emotion about their body, even though they are fat or even though they have wrinkles or whatever it is. We say that these body positivity influencers don't actually know what they're talking about, just because they once in their life had faced certain problems or had been not the best looking or bullied, but now they are influencers with a lot of following, with a lot of power, and they may not know what they're talking about and send the wrong message, so they don't actually relate to the people. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, the Prime Minister, for the speech. You spent 7 minutes and 21 seconds. So to open the case of team opening opposition, I would like to welcome the first speaker of opening opposition. Here.
Okay. Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible.
Okay. Let me time myself. Okay, I will speak my speech in 1, 2, 3. Social media influencer, ladies and gentlemen, is like beauty vloggers, food vloggers, and so on, are extremely popular in the status quo right now, right? Because of the popularity, influencers have a high involvement in their content for their audience, especially young generation. Our young generation see influencers not only for entertainment, but also for information and advices. See how influencer Gita Savitri used her Instagram platform for rights and speak about feminism and Islamophobia in their post and their story. She also tend to speak up against hateful comment and stereotype comment, like how she doesn't want like a children as soon as she got married. That perception of her also educate her followers that it is people's choices to do whatsoever. It's not people who decide your life. What Gita do is encourage young generation to speak up their mind, to stand up against their belief. Now we move on to my speech. This is side belief. This is our side belief that influencers have a good beneficiaries. One, influencers are assumed to be appealing because they are similar to their audience. They often perceive as the role model. Like when you ask millennial in the status quo, they will say that her role model is Rachel Fenya or Arif Muhammad, for example. It means they have a good side that young generation millennials believe it's good for their life, right? Influencers not only have appealing and making their beneficiaries a good figure, but also make millennials to be more sensitive with issues around them. In this content, we can take an example. When COVID arises, and this country, actually the other side, government need more APDs or more surgical masks. Many hospitals runs out of the critical equipment. During this situation, out of control from government, influencers says like Arif Muhammad, Rachel Fenya, and so on and so forth, raise funding using their social media power, use their followers to raise the fund for APDs and medical equipment needed for hospital in isolated areas that have limited access to buy the medical equipment. Either the influencer solve that for them and make a funding instead because they are know that they have power to their platform. In the end of the day, look at the result from the funding. They able to collect fund over than 1 million in 3 hours. That is the power of influencer, ladies and gentlemen. They can help our problem and wake up our young generation to be more sensitive to others around them. In this case, I'm as opponent oppose. Thank you.
Thank you, the leader of opposition. You spent 2 minutes and 15 seconds. So with that being said, I would like to invite the second speaker of team opening government. Second speaker of OG. Check, am I audible? Okay, cool. So we're just gonna wait for the deputy prime. Second speaker of OG, are you here? Second speaker of opening government.
I texted her. She said, "Wait,
Oh, okay.
belum gak ada penjelasan. Just wait."
Okay, then we're gonna wait for 2 minutes, and if it's not started, then the Prime Minister should do the Iron Man.
So I am Afana. I want to continue the argument that Arjun has explained. So actually, people can easily get the information of an esoteric knowledge. Like one of the benefits in relying on social media is to distribute news and is its inclusivity. News of information could be produced by anyone, regardless of like their capacity. At the first, like it is cool because it evokes people's participation in raising awareness or even being agent of change. But however, since like there are no filters at all in the idea of participation, it will result in people irresponsibly publish any sort of information that favor their own interest. Like the clash of information in the social media is quite a common thing, but actually what's worse is that it barely ends and like mitigated. In addition, the existence of like anonymity feature contributes like to the never-ending clash of news. Anonymity does provide a sense of protection for the user, but however, the problem lies when the user does not practice is for a good purpose. It could be used to create misleading news and bullying people and etc. Anonymity is often also associated like with freedom of speech. However, there's actually control in it. So even though today's government of the world are able to trace down several people that use like the anonymity, there are some people out there that is beyond the reach like of the law. But there's no deterrence effect to actually reduce or even prevent the anonymous people from like doing bad things. That's it.
Thank you, the second speaker of team government, opening government. So you spent 2 minutes and 26 seconds. With that being said, I would like to welcome the second speaker of opening opposition here.
So, ladies and gentlemen, I want to re-underline about the definition of the influencer. Influencer is someone who influences someone or a group of people that is affecting the act of the life of operation of a group of people they have influence. And I want to say that it's irrelevant to say following in any kind of influencer just following a group of people or just like feel the sense of missing out from a lot of people just because they just following this kind of for influencers, so I have to follow it. And also influencing doesn't just talk about covering my walls to bring the concept of the perfect life. They show how perfect their life looks like, but we should not forget about the influencer means. Influencer means like we influence someone to be different from their previous life. I mean, like by their principle, by their principles. So it's irrelevant to say that influencer in general bring the concept of perfect life to all of the people who are being influenced. And also I understand that the influencer is the good allocation for the function of the social media, which nowadays usually be deviated. Because of what? Because the government always create a program how the social media can be a positive fruits for everyone, while this influencer can be a good allocation of the function of the social media, where everyone can share their good stories. And it's undeniable that will exist a group of people who share a bad thing, because in everything will surely there are bad things. But how? But the problem is not but the influencer. Regretting the influencer exists in the world, but I think the government should create the allocation of the social media. And the second one, influencer can help the government in promoting the government programs such as social movement and charity. And influencer doesn't talk about the bad thing at all, but they also can helping in promoting the government program. For example, we often see that some kind of institution, respected institution, use some kind of influencer in promoting their programs, in promoting the fundraising for us disaster victims, and also for this social movement. And also, be an influencer can opening the jobs for those who don't have any jobs in this pandemic. And one thing you should be blamed is not the race of the influencer in this world, but one thing you should be blamed is the lack of the education of the people who use the social media in being the influencer. So that's why the government should not regret about the erasing of the influencer, but the government should increase the education about the social media, how we should use it, about the policies, how we should be an impact through our social media, not forgetting the influencer, because influencer talk about the general thing, about something that is really wide, where we can also be a positive from the influencer. And the second one, the problem, no, thank you. The problem is not the influencer, but the government should tell and give the policies and tell to the social media in emphasizing their policies in managing their social media. For example, in blocking the negative content, they should increase their filter in blocking all of the negative content, and also about the restriction to the watcher, because influence talk about someone who influenced and being influenced. So that's why in creating a good influencing in the social media world, the government should create a policies and should cooperate with the social media in creating the blocking negative content for the influencer, so they can give the negative contents, and from the restriction policies for the watchers, so they will not receive any influence that will influence them badly. And so that's why we stand for not forgetting about this influencer, because influencer, first we want to reaffirm that it is a good allocation of the social media function, which nowadays usually be deviated. And the second one, how they can use the government, which they can promote. And we often see that some government institution, respected institution, use some influencer that has a group of followers, so they can use the power to bring this kind of people, influence them into the good ways, into the social movement, into the charity. And the third one, being an influencer can opening a jobs in this pandemic, which can help a lot of people. And also about the bad things they can influence people bad is not the fault of the influencer, but how the government, because it's undeniably in every aspect in this world, there always bad things happen and raise
POI, sir.
No, thank you. And affect people badly. So that's why I think it's not regretting about the raising of the influencer, but it's about the managing how the social media should be used, because the influencer itself is the allocation of the function of the social media, which can influence a lot of people in the good ways, because social media has a lot of group of people who use it, where the influencer can tell about their life. And also influencer doesn't talk about their body, but influencer more talk about how their experience, not like the prime minister said that they just talking about their body, talking about all of the physical stuff, but they talk about how to face the discrimination, how to face people who insulting your body. They just share experience, doesn't mean that they are perfect, but it's up to you. It's back to you. So that's why influencing will not happen if the both side not give and not accept. So even though they giving you any content, so it's be back, because not everything in your life can be relevant to the another person, but some things in your life can be relevant to another person. So I think don't judge butterflies that is bad because just one of bad butterflies, but because there are a lot of good butterflies out there. Thank you.
Thank you, the second speaker of opening opposition. Now to extend the case of team government, I would like to welcome the first speaker of closing government.
Okay, I will start in 3, 2, 1. Okay, welcome to audience. I'm sorry, welcome to audience. I am Eric Calvin from FTKI, and take a break. Okay. First of all, the motion is this house regrets the rise of influencers. Okay, from this, it's critical. We must accepting this motion because what? Because first, social media is a platform when we can share anything as free, and who using this we call an influencer. Free here is defined as what we want to do, what we want to share, what we want to give, even it positive or negative. Okay, but in the fact social media is not in a real function. Many of influencers which just use this social media for a bad thing. Example, number one, case of Palestine and Israel. Many of hoax content are coming to us, like would early make the problem. Some of some of in some of influencers also share their opinion without facts. I find different opinions from any influencer. This is the facts. Okay, next, the solution for here, we regret the rise of this house regrets the rise of influencers. If social media used by competent person, it's okay. But in the fact, no, it's not. Okay, next argument. It is true if many influencers have a positive. It's true. But look in the facts again. By the data I read some month ago, just 20 until 30% who using social media as fine. So we really regret about these things. Just 20 until 30%. Is it okay? May we still defend or keep it social media and influencers? Okay, still I have a time. Okay. Let's get more focus on children. Many children have a negative impact from some influencer. We take an example again, gaming influencer. Many gaming influencer have now in Indonesia. All of them for influencer wanna and hope they spread good things, but not for children. For children, they just take it and they didn't think twice. So it's 100% we must regret the rise of influencers. Next, let me respond for opposition. Uh, if we look in risk actual, many people have a problem debates because Israel and Palestine case. Just watch on TV. Many problem appear, start from stronghold and others. Number second, risk actual gain, child for gaming influencer. In this view, just good if they focus on game and more focus in chill fight view. If it still needs more for me to explain again. Okay, if I must explain again, first, they hope can be a like gaming influencer so easy, but the fact is not. They don't need to take a management theory, strategy theory, many things. And I think it still take a long time for we can accept more positive things from influencer. Just get from real and opening opposition said charity. I see 2 months ago, one YouTuber in YouTube, they he sell what he got from charity. In this case, just the things what he sell. So still we call this is must regret. And the last, I think, as a final word, let me summarize my point of view. The first is critical if we must accepting this motion. We must accepting. And many negative things come from influencer and social media also. The fact and the reality, it's also we find more negative things come than positive things. I think just for me, with all my respects, please debates too. Thank you.
Thank you, the member of government, for the speech. Now to open the gazetted closing opposition, I'd like to welcome the first speaker of opposition, here.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Now, okay, thank you. Now I'm from the closing opponents first. I want to talking about the positive things about the influencers. We know that Indonesia has a lot of influencers, and there are also many Indonesian people who follow the local influencers and then international influencers. Through the influencers, a lot of us or the Indonesian people are educated about anything that we don't know, such as tourism. In the term of the tourism, Indonesia annually has more than 10 million foreign tourists, except last year because the pandemic of COVID-19. Uh, the majority of them came to Indonesia because of the influencers. The influencers provided information about Indonesia. Tourists are more interested in promotions carried out by influencers because the influencer give the information is clear, concise, and attracts attention. We know that like Raffi Ahmad, Nagita Slavina has big attention from local tourists or uh, other tourists at other country. And Indonesia has many things that can attract tourists to visit Indonesia, so that it can attract many tourists. Indonesia has done many ways, and one of the ways is by using social media who service by influencers. There are many positive things from influencers, but I think the government is talking about negative things about influencers like endorsement, gaming, and etc. But I think influencers is not about endorsement and gaming. Influencer can be corporate or service for the government, because apart from the law costs, on the other hand, it will attract a lot of interest from tourists who come to Indonesia or local tourists who visited other city. Because each influencer has its own characteristic, and of course, the majority are already known by our people and tourism. I still confused about the government, why the government still regret the influencers at social media, because I think Indonesia has a big influencers, has a lot of influencer, but why the government still regret about that? And then I think influencers help us to educate the people who don't know about such as like other country like Switzerland or Thailand and etc. That's from me. Thank you.
Thank you for the member of opposition for the speech. Now to close the case of team government, I would like to welcome the second speaker of closing government.
Okay, I will start my speech now. Are influencer really bring a good influence to others, or they bring a negative effect to the teenagers? Influencer tend to showing their good sides, despite there's a lot of drama happen, as we can see in Indonesia. There are many bad sides that affecting a lot of people, and influencer are really affecting us. With the rise of social media, we've become a generation that is image obsessed. Our mental state is being put at risk when we see that their life is like a successful, and how amazing their life is. When we feel like a failures, influencer also feel as if they have the privilege to do what others can, and also has the power to make you do something. They influence you by stuff that you don't need from endorsement and others promotion, and involves you constantly buying the next newest thing instead of investing in something of quality, something timeless, something that could be worn time and time again, and most importantly, something sustainable. There are also a lot of influencers that showing bad example like smoking, drinking, and many influencers using a bad word, especially in YouTube platform. They affecting a lot of children that watch them, because children tend to imitate what they see and what they hear. And there are a lot of brand to be associated with an influencer who ends up causing the wrong kind of controversy, making racist statements, not disclosing that a post is sponsored, making insensitive posts, using bots to inflate followers number, or accidentally posting the brand's instructions in the post. Can all make the influencers and any associated brands look bad. And as a brand, you will have no influence over the behavior. There are also positive things that influencer bring, but it's just only a few, just 20 to 30%. If we still continue this, the 70% of the negative effect will affect Indonesia. And so you want to Indonesia down just because of the influencers? I still regret that the rise of the social media. That's all for me. Thank you.
Thank you, the opposition. Thank you for the government whip for the speech. Now, I would like to invite the opposition group.
Hello, first of all, am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Okay, I'm gonna start my speech in 3, 2, 1. Influencer actually known as someone who can influence other people. As you know, back then, before we have influencer, Indonesia is hardly known. The tourists only know about Bali. Since right after we use smartphone, it's easier for us to know about what revolves around us, and we always use our phone every day. The influencer job itself is not only to do an endorsement, which usually are paid, but they can share things that make Indonesia known. Because of them, many tourists have an interest of visiting Indonesia, and so because of them, we have a lot of profit if we talk about the tourism section. As you may know, many celebrities are currently right now entering the politics section, like Krisdayanti. She is a diva and at the same time is a DPR. So by being an artist and having tons of fans on or followers indirectly, many people look up to her. She usually posts about Indonesia, and I believe by doing this, our country will be broadly known. And I've heard about the government talk about the influencer and about this perfect life about influencer. I don't know if the government have heard, but a successful life is earned and it is not given. They work hard 24/7 thinking about content, not only for their life, but it usually involve
POI.
about Indonesia. No, thank you. About Indonesia amazing destination, such as celebrities going to the destination that we have never visited, such as NTT or NTP. Sorry. For a fact, I know that Raffi Ahmad is starting from the bottom and work hard to be known right now. And for some influencer, they usually help Indonesia if we have nature disaster and you can check them out. Like this platform, the influencer, they help us on a nature disaster by having their followers donate to help other people, such as kitabisa.com platform. They work for helping the unfortunate one and giving them all the need that they so desperately need. I'll give you something about the LGBT plus community. You know, in Indonesia, it's hard for them to come out of the closet and afraid of the judgment by people. Have many influencers support this community as it is a part of the human rights, and they have their rights. By using that platform, influencer can make note in this LGBT plus are proud of themselves and ready to come out in their own time. You can do a research about transpuan, and many platform is having an interview with them in hope of raising awareness. And about endorsement, you do know that by having the influencer sharing them the goods, and it's usually a local brand, it is helping each other. You can take a look at something or Scarlet Whitening. It is a beauty product, and it's now currently known abroad. And shouldn't the government be proud because our local brand is known worldwide? I don't know why the government regret the rise of influencers, since I believe the government got nothing to lose and contradictory, the influencer make the government work easier since they are helping our country, only the methods are a bit different from the government. The government itself is now having a social media as a platform too, right? So I guess if you guys can have your own platform, why we, the Indonesian society, Indonesian people, can have one for sharing our thoughts and our life. And that's for me. Thank you.
Thank you for the speech. That concludes the entire debate. So without any further ado, since I'm going to be a single chair in this round, you may just stay in this breakout room and please do give me 5 minutes before I start my oral education. Thank you. talk about the general feedback on how to assess the debate. Number two, the rank, and last but not least is my reasoning behind the decision. So first, the general feedback, right? So I think one general feedback that I would like to give to the entire teams in this debate is that do not centralize your argumentation based on an example or based on one precedence of an activity, right? Saying that, for example, influencers love to brag their life and this suddenly creates standardization within the society, for example, is something that is extremely dangerous because these influencers, for example, the way they operate is not only breaking all of their stuff, for example, and yada yada yada, right? And this also exists in opposition. If you do not regret the influencers, do not just centralize your argumentation saying that it's good because they help tourism or because they donate, for example, because these two characterization of what kind of behavior and what kind of personality, what kind of traits that the influencers have is just unengaged between one another. In government side of the house, they assume the worst case of influencers, that influencers are bad for the people, and what happened in opposition, the entire benches of opposition say that influencers are good, and this is something that you think justified for not regretting the rise of the influencers. What you rather do as a team in this type of motion, this house regrets motion, is that you need to be able to engage to the best case characterization and the worst case characterization of an actor. Saying that even if the influencers are good, for example, why do we regret it in government? Or maybe in opposition, even if, for example, the influencers are bad, why do we still celebrate influencers at the end of the day, right? So I think that influencers exist in many spectrums. Influencers fight for different causes, and the way influencers influence people exist in different approaches. So I think that it's better for you, for example, to diversify the characterization of these influencers. Do not only stuck on one trait of influencer or one behavior that you can conveniently defend, because it makes the debate to be left unengaged. Second of all, I think what also happened in the debate that can be improved is maybe in terms of rebuttals, right? Rebuttals between one team to another team, because I think what I see in the debate is that there are a lot of things that you can respond, there are a lot of things that you can rebut, but unfortunately, you do not do so. The importance of debating is not only talking about the quality of your argumentation, but also the quality of your response, making the credit that goes to the other team to be lesser. So I think that it's good for you. I think most of the teams have had their case identity, have had their team's identity. What do they want to defend, for example, and so on and so forth. But the problem is that although the argumentations are good independently, but I don't see any comparison. I don't see why, even if okay, your side is good by what, but why their side is bad, for example, right? So I think that there should be a rebuttals that decrease the quality of your opponent's argumentations, because having your arguments are not enough if you do not prove as to why the arguments proposed by your opposition, by your opponent, is something that is worse than the argumentation that you offer. So yeah, I think that number one, please, when you would like to characterize actors, do not just imagining one trait of this actor. You need to allow the characterization of these actors to be diversified, because this actor might live in spectrums, and I think that this works in all debate. Like government, you talk about government, well, you talk about good and bad government or centrist government, for example. You talk about companies, for example. There are companies who are good, there are companies who are bad, there are companies who are loyal and obey the rules and so on and so forth. So I think that actors does not only have one particular trait that you can conveniently defend, but you need to be able to characterize it in a more diverse way. But yeah, that's first, better characterization of actor and the motion. But second of all, I think that please do have more rebuttals to attack your opponent's cases. With that being said, here's my rank. First, this is an opening debate. First, I give to the opening opposition. Second, I give to the opening government. Third, I give to the closing opposition. Unfortunately, last, I give to the closing government. The reason being, let's compare the closing debate, right? Why the closing debate, for example, cannot apprehend both of the opening teams. There are two important reasons. Number one, because I don't necessarily think that all of the benefit and the harms exist in the closing terms can be manifest very well. I think that most of the mechanization are mostly come from the opening side of the houses. So I don't necessarily think that as to just because you threw a different impact, a different traits of certain actors such as influencers in this debate does not mean you're able to mechanize the benefit and also the harms that you envision on the rest of the house. But second of all, I think that in terms of engagement, I think the open debate have a better engagement towards one another, right? So yeah, I think that's the comparison between the closing and the opening term. But second, let's compare closing government and closing opposition and why closing opposition over triumph over the closing government. The problem with closing government is that most of their teams are very derivative to opening government, right? So what are the points submitted by closing government? Closing government talks about, for example, uh, oh yeah, these influencers, for example, will be able to disturb your mental state as an individual, mental state of an individual, right? Disrupting you as an individual and so on and so forth. And I think that this already exists in prime minister speeches on how there will be an unrealistic standard that might lead to that causes. But second of all, the problem with the closing government as well, they only engage to the worst case scenario if, for example, influence are always tied their responsibility with certain brands or certain products, noting the fact that when these influencers might do something that is extremely bad, this product is going to be get the detrimental effect out of their behavior, right? The problem then, if the influencers rely all of their income on the products that they endorse, on the promotion by these companies, I don't necessarily see as to why these influencers will act recklessly if their entire money and their entire income is contingent upon these products and these brands that they become the ambassador for, right? So yeah, I think the assumption is legit, but the mechanization that lead to the outcome of that assumption is just very lacking, making the impacting of the closing government to be not as strong as opening debate and closing opposition. But third of all, I think that it is very example based cases talking about gaming influencers, for example, or saying that influencers reaching a certain successes, they do not have to undergo certain struggles and yada yada yada. I don't understand why do you want people to achieve success but they need to undergo struggles in the very first place. I think that everyone has a right, for example, everyone has a right to minimize the struggles to achieve success, right? So I just do not understand what is the benefit of telling people in order for you to be success, you need to struggle in the very first place. Closing government talk about these influencers does not have to learn about management. These influencers does not have to learn about economy and so on and so forth, right? But I think that in opening opposition, there has been a certain explanation as to what is the quality of these influencers. They have the platforms, for example, uh, they have the power to influence people. So I think that these type of things also required as necessary skills. So I don't understand just because they do not learn management, just because they are not as struggling as other people, why this is something that is very regrettable in the very first place. The conclusion comes in the whip speaker, when the whip speaker saying that it might disturb the mental state of yours because of there are certain standards that is imposed by these influencers. But I think that this conclusion has been made since the beginning of the prime minister's speech. So I don't necessarily see as to why this is more why I should credit closing government for more for this motion comparatively with closing opposition, right? Closing opposition at the very least at the very least talks about as to how influencers can be beneficial for a country. Look, in closing government, they said that they don't accept when you reach certain amount of success, you don't have to struggle, you don't struggle in achieving your success. I don't understand what is the manifestation of this, right? But at the very least, in closing opposition, although their case is also very example based, talking about tourism as to why Indonesia or other countries will be benefited by the promotion done by these influencers, but at least they can mechanize what they are trying to prove. They tell me on how these influencers, for example, have the platforms where everyone can access, right? Where everyone can access, starting from the young people to the old people, domestic people coming from our country and people outside of our country. So these tourism spots in our country can be exposed to the outside world, for example, right? And second of all, the way they mechanize it on how they say that there is a feasibility where these influencers are able to cooperate with the government to achieve certain level of benefits that you can acquire as a state, right? So even if both of the closing team is very example based, but at the very least, closing opposition is able to mechanize as to how do they achieve their benefit. This is why I give the closing opposition to win over the closing government. So next, let's go to the opening opposition to the to the opening government and compare it to the closing opposition, and why I give opening government the top two, right? So I think because number one, closing opposition, despite of having a lot of opportunity to engage to the government benches, they choose to not. I think a very important framing coming from the Prime Minister's speech, talking about they have influence towards the people. Therefore, when they have this big of a platform, maybe they don't do bad, maybe they don't do good, but the exposure of their lifestyle creates standardization within the civil society, especially when the Prime Minister told you is that people are more likely to opt in to the bandwagon, to opt into the trends and popularity, whatever popular and trending in the status quo, right? So there is a feasibility as to why people will most likely to follow the lifestyle of these influencers, saying that people are just not having enough money and go to the fancy restaurants and so on and so forth. This is something that indeed happened in the status quo. Indeed happen in the status quo that the Prime Minister has established in the very first beginning of their speech, right? In closing opposition, number one, you don't debunk this. So this point still strongly stands up until the end of the debate, right? But number two, there is not any kind of comparative as to why your benefit of tourism is more beneficial comparatively with the harm that has been proposed by team opening government. Because look, in opening government, their harm is certain because there is a certain framing explaining on how influencers have been taken over the lifestyle of the society. They are the one who creates standard on what cool kids look like in the status quo. So this is what they are trying to frame in the opening government side of the house. In closing opposition, you just throw the argumentation saying that it will help the tourism. Look, helping the tourism is contingent on if all of the content of these influencers are about tourism spots, right? In opening opposition, they have established that many influencers work in different spectrums. This is why I think that the benefit of closing opposition cannot fly at the end of the day. The reason being simply because opening opposition has explained that influencers exist in a lot of spectrums, that influencers might be able to work on a different sector and so on and so forth. Therefore, what happened is that your benefit of tourism sector only able to fly if you're able to prove that the majority of influencers' content rely on the tourism sectors, right? This is how you maximize your profit, your benefit under your side of the house, right? So at the very least, in opening government, their harm are certain. They told us the lifestyle of these influencers dictate the standards that exist in the civil society. So most likely the impacts are larger rather than the closing opposition. This is why I give the opening government second. Last but not least, in opening opposition versus opening government, why I give opening opposition the win, right? So the reason why I give opening opposition the win, number one, because I think that although the prime minister has a very strong speech, I think the deputy prime minister is not able to counter most of the narratives coming from team opening opposition, right? Moreover, in the second speaker of opening government, you are not talking about uh, the bad impact of influencers. Rather, what you're talking about, the harms of internet in general, saying that there is a very bad discussion exists in internet. There are anonymity, for example. There are irresponsibility of publications, for example. There are discussion that shows clashes in the social media and so on and so forth, right? So I think if you would like to bring this harm into the table, what you need to be able to prove is that why these harms are exclusively coming from the influencers itself, right? From the rising of the influencers. Because this is what DLO tried to point it out, that this is not the harm of influencers per se, but this is the harm of the internet, people on the internet, the behavior of the people on the internet, right? So the way you need to be able to solve the problems proposed by opening government is not by regretting the rise of the influencers. Rather, what you do is to make sure the cyber world are regulated by the government. So I think that this is what the DLO has told you. This is what the opening opposition told you, right? This is not the problem of influencers per se, but this is the problem of, first, the lack of education of people opting in the cyber world. They don't watch their mouth, for example. They throw slurs everywhere. They are being discriminated and so on and so forth. But number two, it is also because of the lack of regulations, government's regulations in regulating the cyber world, right? So opening opposition at the very least, even if they are not successful in proving why influencers are good, but at the very least, what they told opening government has a problem solution mismatch that exists under their cases, right? Because in opening opposition, not only they are able to prove that it is not only they're able to prove that it is a problem solution mismatch, but second of all, they have an attempt that sometimes influencers are beneficial for the people, right? Like they become the role model, they do fundings, they do donations, charity, and so on and so forth. This is an example. This is only the case. This is only to assume the best case scenario of influencers. But I think that it is fair to fly because under opening government side of the house, you also assume the worst case of influencers. So if opening opposition assume the best case scenario, saying that they will do donations and so on and so forth, in opening government, they said that it's harmful because they are bad, and assuming the worst case scenario of these influencers, the tipping point then become whose problem identifications are better and are strategic, and who is better in solving the problem that they're proposing. So yeah, I think that in opening government there is a quite problem solution mismatch, and it has been pointed out by opening opposition. This is why by slight margin I give the opening opposition the win. So yeah, that's my oral educations. Good luck for the next round. If you have any further questions, feel free to press me. If you don't, that's perfectly fine. Yeah, see you guys.
Thank you,
Thank
judges.
you.
Thank you, Kak.
Ballots have been received, so we conclude that round two has finished. Now we're gonna proceed to round three. We will announce the matchup at 2 past 15 or jam 14:15.
Rafif, I'm sorry, please chat.
Oh, okay, sure, sure, sure. Oh, we apologize. There has been a miscommunication. We'll get to you soon. We're still waiting for the ongoing OAs. Yeah, so you can sit back and relax. Just stand by. Thank you.
Complete.
Okay, FALTL, FTI, Rain, Honesty, are you guys complete?
Complete.
Wait, complete.
FEB, FTSP, Juliana Blessing, are you guys complete?
Yes, we're complete.
Complete.
Okay, FH1, Alberta, are you here?
Yes, we're present. I'm present.
Two, Jessica Anissa, are you guys complete?
Yes, we're complete.
FH3, Nataleo Krisdayanti, are you guys complete?
Yes, we are complete.
FK1, Naufal and Afira, are you guys complete?
Yes, we are here.
FK2, Izehaga and Ricardo, are you guys complete?
Complete.
FK3, Aisyah Hayana and Shanas, are you guys complete?
Yes, we're complete.
FKG1, Clarice and Advita, are you guys complete?
Yes, we're complete.
FSRD1, Rido and Satria, are you guys complete?
Still waiting for Rido. I'm contacting him right now.
Okay, sure. Just take your time.
Okay.
FTKE1, Kenandika Eric, are you guys complete?
Yes, we are complete.
Okay, FTSP1, Irfan Taskia, are you guys complete?
Complete.
FTSP2, Dafanur and Sandra, are you guys complete?
Complete.
Swing 1, Ayub Abraham, are you guys complete?
Complete.
Swing 4, Arjun Afana, are you guys complete?
Yes, complete.
Yep, here.
So we'll just be waiting for FSRD. Okay, so please stand by, just relax. Yeah. Thank you. Okay, FSRD, are you complete?
Still trying to contact Rido.
Okay, sure. So everyone, we're still waiting for FSRD for the time being. And then after matchup is shown, I'll pass on to CA. Please wait for my call. Refresh to. Okay, so draw for round 3 in Elang Mulia Lesmana room. We have opening government FK3. We have opening opposition FSFD1. We have closing government FH1. And lastly, we have closing opposition FILTL1. In room Heri Hartanto, we have opening government FK2. We have opening opposition FTSP1. We have closing government FILTL FTE. And lastly, closing opposition, we have FTSP2. In Hafidhin Royan room, we have opening government FTKA1, we have opening opposition FH3, we have closing government FKG1, and closing opposition FK1. And last room is Hendriawan C. In opening government, we have swing 1. In opening opposition, we have FH2. In closing government, we have EB and FTSP. And lastly, closing opposition, we have swing 4. Now that concludes my role. I will pass on to Ibu Asri SCA to announce the motion. Good luck.
Okay, wait.
The ideal together and build
Just to make sure I'm audible,
there are
right?
several scenarios, but there will be several scenarios. First, let's
Can anyone confirm? Am I audible?
there are
You're audible, but a little bit
A little
noisy.
bit too low, yeah. Okay.
we cannot
Okay.
free speech. They can move the discussion.
Wait,
to
yeah,
another
wait.
forum.
Hello. Okay, I'm back. Let me arrange the. Wait. Okay, so first of all, before we start the round 3, I would like to announce everyone that this round will going to be a silent round. What does silent round mean? Silent round means that the round will not going to have oral adjudication as you guys have previously in the 2 round, meaning that the result will going to only be announced after all of you guys are done with all the round, which is at the end of the preliminary round when breaking announcement. The purpose of the silent round actually is because we are just evil. We want you to, have a have a question: am I passing or am I not? But another reason is why at the end, the last round of the day, we are making the round to be silent round. Is that to ensure that you guys will come back tomorrow, so you guys still have hope that you can pass and break. That's one. So this is going to be a silent round. Number 2, Rafif told me that he would like me to remind everyone to change your name. I still see some of you guys are still round 3. Please change your name, rename yourself in accordance to the next round in order that it can go as smooth as possible. Because once I announce the motion, the case building time will going to start. Okay, I'm going to wait. Going once. Well, the consequences is on you guys. If you don't rename yourself, the case building time goes on. You are not being allocated. So you guys are all adult. You know these consequences. I've already announced. Now moving on to the motion. Oh, third thing. This morning you guys have experience with hold on a second, wrong share screen method. This morning, you guys have the experience with context slide. In this round, you guys will also have similar experience of context slide. In round 3, talking about influencer was pretty easy, right? So that was a little, calm before the storm, because this next context slide, under the heading of social health and welfare. Okay, I see Rafif's expression. The context slide reads, okay, I'm not going to read it. It's pretty long. You feel free to screenshot. I'm going to also share the wording for you guys in the group. Is there any question like reading this, or do you guys still want me to read out loud? Okay, I'll read it out loud. A patent is a property right to a product, and in the case of pharmaceutical companies, is usually in the form of a chemical formula that may not be duplicated by any rival company. The life of a patent is 20 years from the time the patent is issued. This gives the company ample time to profit from its invention. An invention is any new or useful process, machine, article of manufacture, or composition of matter. This means that the inventor has the guarantee that his or her product will be the only product of its exact kind on the market for 20 years. Is there any question in regard of the context slide? I mean, I know you guys come from different faculty, right? So that's also why I come with, like very different heading and also teams, very as various as possible. Is there any question? Remember my note that number 1, it's okay to add your own knowledge into the context slide. But second of all, if just in case you know contradictory matter, issue, topic, or information with the context slide, please keep it to yourself in order to make the balance of the debate, right? So some people might not know the issue at all, so they only rely onto the context slide. I know it's their fault. Why don't you guys read? Now, but please be, fair as possible. Are you guys ready for me to announce the motion? Going once, going twice, going 3 times. I see that everyone is ready. The motion reads, this House believes that the government should offer cash compensation for the creation of pharmaceutical to replace the patent system for pharmaceutical. Now it's 14:31. Case building time start. Debate start at 14:57. Thank you very much.
as a lapse for everyone. If you do not have any kind of connection trouble, please do open your camera because this is a message from the organizing committee. We encourage you to open your camera during the round if you don't have internet connection trouble. Wait, give me a second. Start the round. I would like to do the roll call. Is opening government here?
Yes, we are here.
Would you please confirm who's gonna be speaking first?
First speaker is gonna be Kenandika Ilham.
Okay, thank you. Opening opposition, are you here?
Opening opposition are here, and the first speaker is Krisdianti.
Okay, cool. Closing government, are you here?
Closing government is here.
Would you please confirm who's gonna be speaking first?
I'm gonna be speaking first. Clarice.
Clarice, okay. Closing opposition, are you here?
Yes, we are here. I'm gonna speak first.
And you are?
Nova.
Okay. Cool. Several announcement. If you don't have connection trouble, please do open your camera. This is the message from the organizing committee. Number 2, please make sure before you start your speech, do confirm your preferred POI method, whether through unmuting the microphone or through the chat. And last but not least, this is going to be a silent round. I know everyone is intention, but please keep the competition to be fair. Make sure your speeches are not the material of equity violence, okay? So without any further ado, I would like to welcome the Prime Minister to open the case. Here.
Hello, so I will start my speech now. What is a patent? A patent is a type of intellectual property that gives its owner the legal right to exclude others from making, using, or selling an invention for a limited period of years in exchange for publishing and enabling public disclosure of the invention. So the owner of a patent has the right to exclude other from making, using, offering for sale, or selling his or her invention for a period of 20 years from the filing of the patent application. An invention is any new or useful process, machine, article of manufacture, or composition of matter. So I think in the case in here, there's a lot of growing trend of pharmaceutical companies actively trying to manipulate and abuse the patent system to their benefit. The pharma patent system was created and is used to help companies to protect that investment and recover costs spent in discovering, developing, and marketing new drugs, and therefore encourage future drug R&D and innovation. But in here, the pharmaceutical, there's a lot of manipulation in the system right there, and I think that the government should make a move to give a compensation to the pharmaceutical, because once the 20-year exclusivity period is up, generic competitors can enter the market and compete with the branded drug on price. To further protect their investment, the pharmaceutical companies often seek to extend their exclusivity period for a drug by filing secondary patents. That's all for me. Thank you.
Thank you, the Prime Minister, for the speech. You spent 2 minutes. So without any further ado, I would like to welcome the case of team opening opposition. You're here.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Thank you. And I would like to start my speech in 3, 2, 1. Hello, everyone. I'm the first speaker of the opening opposition. And as you may know that Indonesia have HKI, or you may know it as hak kekayaan intelektual. Everything in our daily life includes HKI, but as for this patent rights in Indonesia is still not working that well. I want to say that it's hard to make other companies working well if for the next 20 years we don't get anything, even though we work hard for the society. This drug that we made, it's not only for some people but for Indonesia. So I believe we can get something during the work of the patent rights, such as cash compensation. I do know for a fact, such as in this pandemic, we have to make vaccines every day, and if we are not the one who and if we are not the one who have the patent, it's hard to work, and also we are lacking of everything since we didn't get anything. So we would like to suggest the government to give us cash compensation, because it will make our job a lot easier. And I would like to say that in this case, someone would like to work for free for the next 20 years, and we would like something in return. You must have heard about give and take. You always have to give things to people in return to what you take from them. Compensation is actually same with the things that I talk about, but in money section. If we get the cash compensation, it will make our life easier, such as we will be happy with the job, and it also can be the motivation of our work. The cash compensation is not only going to our company, but also to our research. So by getting the cash compensation, I believe that not only we can work for the patent, but we can work in the future for better drugs, or we can do tons of good research for what needed in the future. And I would like to say that the compensation will go to the biological things, since it is hard these days to find biological stuff to make the drug or to make the stuff. So yeah, that's it from me. Thank you.
Thank you, the leader of opposition, for the speech. Now, to extend the case of team opening government, I would like to welcome the second speaker of OG here.
Okay, I will start right now. Okay, welcome to audience. I am Eric Calvin from FTKA. Now the motion is government should offer cash compensation for the creation of pharmaceuticals to replace the patent systems for pharmaceuticals. Okay, first of all, the definition of patent is a property right about one invention. So one invention. Okay, from here we know patent is a property right, and the second important word from motion is compensation. What is the cash compensation? First, function of compensation are to stability, to effectiveness, to efficiency, and the requirements to make a compensation is evaluate, survey, and will or not it will go about cash compensation. And next, the life of patent is 20 years from the time the patent is issue. In our view, it's already enough. About 20 years. And so, of course, we need to offer cash compensation for the one creation. It's totally 100%. We need to appreciate one creation. And I think 20 years is already enough. And many case not given appreciate because of this authorities. Let me respond for opposition. You said it is a short time, about 20 years, but no, it's not. I think 20 years is already a long time. With 20 years, you can make anything what you want, and I think 20 years is already enough for the first condition. And the conclusion, let me summarize. I think we are
POI, please.
no thanks. And the conclusion, I think government should offer cash compensation because pharmaceutical is invention. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you, the second speaker of OG. Now, to extend the phase of team opening opposition, I would like to welcome the second speaker of OO.
Okay, I will start my speech at 3, 2, 1. Okay, I agree about what my colleague said, that the manufacture of drugs should not only be seen from the formula, which is then registered for the patents on the formula, so that isn't misused. However, what happens if the formula turns out not to have the effect it should have as a drug and only makes that drugs worse? Wouldn't that injure the formula maker and the company of the formula maker if the formula maker work at the company or corporation? I agree on why the government should offer cash compensation for the manufacturing of drugs and the formula maker, because the patents alone are not enough to cover funds for the manufacture of a drug and the cover for formula maker. Because I'm sorry, we know that the chemical formulas is too dangerous and then sometimes difficult to obtain, not to mention the prohibition or regulation of these chemicals. This compensation is intended not only for the formulation of the formula, but for the entire drug production system. We know that the system of the production of drugs is not only about the formula. The system of the formula about making a drugs is about the buying chemicals, conducting research, preventing chemicals exposure, production process, registration process with drug agencies, with we call that in Indonesia is BPOM, and distribution of these drugs to all pharmacies or in the hospitals. Even though the formula patent system is protected, the maker isn't necessarily protected, because if the formula maker, I'm sorry, the camera. Because the formula maker isn't protected if just government only use the patent for the formula. That's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you, the second speaker of opening opposition. To open the closing debate, I would like to welcome the first speaker of closing government.
Okay, I'll start my timer now. Okay. So maybe I would like to offer my arguments, our arguments from the closing government, in which we stand by the statement that this House believes that the government should offer cash compensation for the creation of pharmaceuticals to replace the patent system for pharmaceuticals. So the first argument that we have to offer is that as have been said before, the patent system often monopolizes the pharmaceutical industry, knowing that their product provides great benefits that are needed by many, and they tend to place high prices for the products that they sell. But because of this, many people of low income are unable to purchase the drugs. Therefore, thereby they're unable to carry out the treatments they have to undergo, and it will lower the overall well-being of the society. And by replacing the patent system with cash compensations, simply toward the creation of new products, these pharmaceutical companies no longer have a patent for the products. And the new creations produced can be manufactured by industries to produce its generic type, therefore making these previously expensive drugs more accessible to poorer people. And then the second argument is that we know that patenting a product may be very costly, but companies get their money back in the long run from profits that they sell the products. That is, if the products sell out nicely. But what if your products fail and no one buys it? The company now loses a lot of money and experiences significant financial loss. However, with cash compensation, whether or not their products sell, the company has already gotten the money for their product. Which leads me to my next point, which is money is needed to develop new products. And with cash compensation, companies have the money needed to research and prepare to launch a new product. And the more that they research and for a product, and the more cash compensation they get, then the more profit or money that they can get from cash compensation instead of waiting for 20 years for the profit. Besides that, more products can also be discovered. So besides the financial gain, it can also improve the well-being of the society because there are more drugs or more products that are being discovered and new technology, which, as I said before, can increase the well-being of the society. And it means more treatment for the people who need it. Thank you.
Thank you, the member of government, for the speech. Now, to open the case of team closing opposition, I would like to welcome the member of opposition here.
Okay, thank you for the time. My name is Noval from closing opposition, member of opposition. So maybe for the opposition side, maybe there have a lot of, a little of misunderstanding because of the motion is the government should offer cash compensation for the creation of pharmaceuticals to replace the patent system for pharmaceuticals. So as the opposition, we do not support offering cash compensation for the pharmaceuticals to replace the patent system for pharmaceuticals. So let me begin my argument. So as the opposition, it's not about the money. The patent reward system are put in place by many companies to give the employees as an incentive to disclose their inventions and go through the patent process. The CEO or the bosses like the idea because it gives them a way to recognize the employees, especially those creative people who toil the obscurity in the lab. Employees like this, it will become a true recognition for the contribution for the invention they put their time into. From the inventor's point of view, patent reward system leads to one of the highest honors. An engineer or an inventor may have their name on a patent and the patent on the resume, their CV, or so on like that. Inventors who go through this process, especially those doing it for the first few times, having invested an enormous amount of emotional and psychology energy. This energy and investment is far more than non-engineers can appreciate, since getting a patent can be a holy grail of engineering or inventor success. The patent reward systems may bring a lot of emotional energy from some very creative people. Often the people on whom the future of a company or an inventor side that can be built, passion reward system that are not fair or badly organized or maybe poorly run can build a lot of misunderstanding that can build a lot of anger in a group of inventor of our company. This result can make very dangerous for the inventor or the company itself. A tip of the tip of the iceberg may have been a little but very heated squabbles about who should be on a patent, who should be listed first, how much credit should be shared across the engineering departments, and other assortment problems. Many inventor who feels like his or her idea was not fully appreciated will quietly start looking another job, or maybe take some passive aggressive measure. Those resentment will be maybe harbored for a long or long time. Maybe for the last statement, remember that creative people will game the system. It's not about the money, it's not about the long-term investment, but they will always make the game itself how to profit the most. A patent reward system is not some run of the mill like a program human resource to keep the employees or the inventors happy, but it is a highly competitive program for the most important and valuable employees or inventors the company or the team has. No matter how brilliant and smooth talking the boss or the CEO might be, without a creative or a goofy engineer with a brain out of his league coming out with great ideas, the CEO or the boss or the leader or anyone in that team would have nothing. Maybe that all from me. Thank you.
Thank you. Closing opposition for the speech. Now I would like to welcome the government rep, the second speaker of closing government.
Good afternoon. My name is Advita as closing government. So first off, I'm here to say that this House agrees that the government should offer cash compensations for creation of pharmaceuticals to replace the patent system for pharmaceuticals. So I would like to rebut some points that has been pointed out before by the opposition team, saying that they would prefer patent rather than cash compensations because patent system gives them honor, a sense of honor for the inventors. However, if we're talking about companies, do you think companies rather prioritize this one honor rather than the release of even more products that they could actually release if they were to get the cash compensations? And also with cash compensations, then there will be more budget for the production of new products, new technologies, new forms of drugs, in which this company would be able to gain even more popularity, even more honor. And so my point is honor and profit will only be gained through patent system alone. And so, which brings me back to my arguments that has been pointed out by my friend, Clarice, in which it's better for the government to offer cash compensations to replace the patent system because the patent system, sometimes pharmaceuticals use this patent system to monopolize the industry. They give high prices for the products they sold. And so many people of low incomes are unable to get the treatments they need. They won't be able to undergo several different treatments, and therefore it affects the overall well-being of these people. And also by giving them cash compensations, these pharmaceuticals company, they would already have like the cash, and they won't have to rely on the selling they have to do. For example, let's say if the company is unable to sell as much products and won't get as much money, and then they would have not receive anything. Whereas if they already have the cash compensations for their new creation, then they already have something in hand. And so with that cash compensation also, with something they are already rewarded beforehand by the government, they will be able to produce and research even more products, even more technologies, more that would enable them to get even more honor and prestige rather than the patent system. And they will be able to produce even more drugs to help the overall society who needs them. And going back to my first point, in which the patent system oftentimes monopolizes the industry. So by giving them cash compensations, it means they should hand over their patent. And so more industries are able to produce generic products. Generic products are usually the type of medicine in which not only are they cheaper, they're also more accessible for everyone else. And so many people are able to buy and purchase this product and use it for them. And so the overall well-being of the society, the overall health of the people will eventually increase by this system instead of the patent system. And I think that's it from me. So I'd like to say thank you.
Okay, thank you, the government, with her speech. Now to close the entire debate, I would like to welcome the opposition rep.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Let me introduce myself. My name is Afira. I'm the closing whip from the closing oppositions. So this house doesn't believe that the government shouldn't offer cash compensations for the creations of pharmaceutical to replace the patent system for pharmaceuticals. So first of all, before I conclude and also giving my arguments, I would like to rebuttal some of the arguments that have been spoken by the government team. So first of all, before the government team said that the low incomers couldn't get the drugs if we didn't do this cash compensations itself. Here is it. In Indonesia itself, we have what we call as BPJS, where that organizations actually will provide some of the drugs that is needed by the citizens. And in that case, you shouldn't worry about the drugs that couldn't be get with for the lower incomers. And then you also say that it will improve well-being of the society when more drugs were produced. But let us think, is it better if we are is it better if we as a human potentially given more things up towards the profits and also the honor? It is better for us by not giving an honor to the inventors of the drugs, and also by easily making a cash compensations towards this invent stuffs of the drugs. It will actually lower the creativity of some inventors later on, and it will generically make us as a millennials or maybe another inventors later on will be lazy to make another invent. They will be like, it's easy for me. I only need to have a money, so I could make drugs, or I could make I will take a legacy or of someone's products invents, and that will make our civilizations or our citizens or our body itself will be lazy to do some creative stuffs and also explore more things. And then we as a human should actually more think about the honor of the inventor, not the profit of the companies, because it's about a manner. It's about how do we actually see our inventors? How do we actually saying thank you to our inventors itself? And actually, for this patents, pharmaceutical patents itself, it will also give a protections towards the patients itself, whether is it safe or not. And we as a consumer will be more feeling like more protected by having that patents of those pharmacy. And also there might be by having a license or that patents, it will provide an important source of revenue also for our business. Indeed, some business access solely to collect the royalties from a patients that they have license. So here we as a closing oppositions team, again, we will underline that this house doesn't believe that the government should offer cash compensations for the creations of pharmaceuticals for the pharmaceuticals itself. So maybe that's what I could say. Thank you for your attention. Sorry for my mistake. Thank you.
Thank you, the opposition, for the speech. So with that being said, the debate is now elapsed. And this is going to be a silent round, means there is not going to be the oral adjudication coming from the adjudicator. So yeah, good luck for the breaking announcement. You can directly leave the breakout room now. Thank you, everyone.
Here. FAB, FTSP, are you guys here? FAB, FTSP. Moving on. FH1, Alberta, are you here?
Yes, I'm here.
FH2, Jessica Anissa, you guys complete?
Yes, we completely here.
FH3, are you guys complete?
Yes, we are complete.
FK1, are you guys complete?
We are here.
So FK2, are you guys complete?
Here.
Yes, we are
FK3,
complete.
are you guys complete?
Yes, we complete.
FKG1, are you guys complete?
Yes, we're complete.
FSRD1, are you guys complete?
Yes.
FTKE1, are you guys complete?
Yes.
FTSP1, are you guys complete? FTSP1, are you guys complete? FTSP1, are you guys complete? Moving on, FTSP2, are you guys complete?
Yes, complete.
Swing 1, are you guys complete?
Yes, complete.
Okay, swing 4, are you guys complete? Okay, let's just resume. I will pass on the announcement to our core adjudicator, Ibu Astri. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you so much, Rafif. Hi, everyone. Just a very quick announcement. Considering that we are already at the end of the day, all the preliminary round of the day has been done. I do not want to capture you for too long. I just want to note, first of all, appreciating obviously Trisakti and also the committees for holding this. I would like that, everyone, specifically University of Trisakti student, to really appreciate this process. This is a very big privilege. Not every university and also institutions hold this type of competition, internal selection, what I meant. So what does this translate into? It translates into how big is your institution, Universitas Trisakti, giving you support, which I really hope that you guys are not taking it for granted. What is taking it for granted? Number one, I would like to note several, I think, irresponsible behavior that I hope everyone can avoid in the future. If you do mistake once, it's okay. Probably you didn't know. But if you do the mistake twice or three times, it shows a pattern of behavior that is, questionable, right? So first of all, irresponsible behavior. The committees and also the overall Universitas Trisakti systems and everything already managed to hold this through regulation. What does this entail to? It entails a responsibility for you to present. I know for some of you, probably this is not that important, but the thing is, the action that you do also impact other people's. Irresponsible behavior may delay the competition. Irresponsible behavior may, if not anything, may reflect badly to the faculty that you are representing. You guys come here representing your faculty, and please duly note that all irresponsible behavior are not gone unnoted. So we always take notes on, irresponsible behavior done by you and whatnot. On the mechanism of punishment, I will probably leave it to later the ORCOM to discuss it. Second irresponsible behavior is that debating, yes, it may appear as a competition, but this is an intellectual competition. Although this is an intellectual competition, but this is not a cerdas cermat. So it's not about how correct your point is, but it is more on the critical thinking ability that you guys have. So it is less about whether you know the facts. It is less about whether, who can name as much statistics as you want, as there it is, because this is not quiz or cerdas cermat or battle of wit insights and whatnot. But this is a game of critical thinking. So what's important is how you can manifest analysis and also argumentation and delivering it to the point that everybody else get persuaded. So this is a game of critical thinking and also public speaking. Now the problem is, I am very aware. Again, it's not that because I want to, bring you down, or I just feel like, playing game with you and whatnot. I'm very aware that some motion are new for you guys, specifically in the context. But please do note that despite the contexts are different or distant from you, it does not mean that it is not accessible. What does this translate into? On the first motion, probably corporate sponsorship is something that is new for you. But yeah, the idea that there is a corporation, and usually corporation has a profit orientation, it's a principle that everyone should understood, especially you guys are already in the university and whatnot. So look at the basic principles, translate it. Please don't be too bothered with the contextualization. That's one. Second of all, even if so, you guys don't understand. That's why the context slide are provided as the context for you guys to have an equal access toward the motion, have similar understanding. But most importantly, number three, I also open up access for you guys to ask question in time or in the case that you come into a motion that you don't understand. So, but sadly and unfortunately, nobody is utilizing that access. Nobody is asking me, what does the motion means? Is the context like this and whatnot? Which I'm not saying that it's not a good thing for you if you don't have any questions. It's good, meaning that you understand. But it becomes a problem when later you did unethical behavior in order to do that, in order to access the motion, or in order to answer the question you have in regards of the motion, such as but not limited to, number one, contacting other people. I think this goes without saying that during the test building process is only between you and also your teammate. Number two, doing an internet research, which I think not only that it is unethical, so it's spiritually eating you up inside. By the way, you are the only one being harmed by the process. It shows that you are not confident with your ability. It shows that you are disrespecting the entirety of the system. You are disrespecting your opponent and also your teammate. But most importantly, number two, it will go two ways. Why? Because as I was saying, debate is a metric of critical thinking and also public speaking. Your adjudicator are not here as a fact checker. We are not a fact checker. We care about the fact, but it's not a winning point. What we care about is your analysis. So if you do research, for example, something that I'm not saying that research is not necessary. Research is important, but before the competition. But if you do the internet research immediately after you receive the motion, what happens is there will be irrelevant. Either, number one, if it is a new information, you cannot attach it with the analysis because it is still very new and foreign for you. So you cannot have the analysis and also argumentation in relation to that. Number two, if you copy paste the entirety of an explanation, judges will know. I mean, we do know. We all of the invited adjudicators are at least having 2 to 3 years experience in debating competition. We've been out there. We are also by ourselves do research. That's a secret of debate. Debate is not just about like the 15 minutes case building. We all as debaters regularly on a daily basis we research. That's why I personally, even though I am an IR student, I understand patent, I understand overall academic research and whatnot. So that's the secret. So do know, we will know. I received several report on this. I really regret that. So that's my input. The last note. I already make sure that the motion is as accessible as possible. That's one. Second of all, I also already discussed with my fellow core adjudicators, which is for NUDC, is Bu Zuhra. And number three, I already make sure that if I see the motion as having a peculiar context, I will give a context slide. Number four, I provided an avenue. One of the reasons why I asked to be invited in the participants group is that so that probably during the case building time or even after every motion launch, I ask you guys, please don't be hesitant to ask. I mean, even I still ask if I don't understand the motion. When I join a debate competition, I see a motion with an entirely new context. For example, just yesterday, I debated about cultural filtration of preservation in megafauna. I don't understand anything about it. So I asked the adjudicator. It's okay to ask the context. Sorry, I forget. I know I promised that was the last thing. But another thing is that I want you guys to be as equitable as possible. What does it mean? Equity here means that you have a respect toward all type of individual equally. It translates into number one, avoid using stereotyping. For example, you shouldn't call, like, okay, so these influencers, they basically are dumb because they are only beautiful. That's a stereotype because you claim that beautiful people does not have brain. Well, some may be, but the way that you generalize it, it's against the equity principle. So be more respectful. We can be both smart. We can be both smart and successful, and also respectful toward other people and toward yourself. I will going to give it back to Arcom. Thank you.
So we would like to extend our gratitude for the warm reminder, and also it is a lesson learned. So keep in mind for everyone, this is a platform for us to learn. So it may come and market it as a competition, as a selection process, but we want to make sure that everyone, when this set of events finish, you get the most of values in terms of knowledge and experience, something that is very cherishable. So we just want to say that. And then moving on, we want to tell you an announcement that for tomorrow, roll call will be done before 8. So despite the schedule indicating that it starts at 8, we request you all to be here from 7:30. So we have a space of time to make sure that everyone is here, and also to make sure that the timing can go exactly as planned. So I think that is all from Orcom. We want to say thank you to everyone. We want to say thank you to all the core educators and invited educators for being present here in helping adjudicate the debate. Also, we want to thank you all debaters and good luck, and hope you have a nice evening and rest, and we'll see you again tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity.
Yes, thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Bye-bye.
Terima kasih semuanya.
Bye.
Thank you, everyone.